All right, I guess we'll get this show going. How's everybody doing today? Hope you're all doing well. Um, we are back, episode 18, working on the map. Working on train splines right now. I finished the first one. We'll jump in there and take a look at that. And then we're gonna go through and set up number two, hopefully, and then we'll get our last boat up and running. If we have time tonight. If not, I'll have to do it tomorrow. But looks like we have, oh, let's see. I have to pull up my schedule. I think up until Wednesday, the deadline is the 6th. I have a day off on Wednesday, so if I can get my splines up and running today, we can, we got one boat and one train. We will be able to get some extra stuff in the map, possibly, if we can get this all finished up. But we'll take a train ride. You can see the train looking pretty good. How's everybody doing this evening? Enjoying your weekend, I hope? Yeah, let's see. Wednesday's the 3rd, so I'd like to submit it on the 4th, Thursday on the 4th, because the deadline's the 6th, so we got a couple days left here. So you can see the train number one is running, which is the lower half track, and we got to work on the second train today. Should be able to finish that up. You should be able to hear the sound. Oh, now it doesn't have the sounds. I had them. It was working until I started the game. That is weird. I have them in here, but you guys can't hear them according to my stream thing. But as I went around the map earlier, I did notice that all the field triggers at all the silos are working. It triggers them off as we go through. Getting a little bit early start on the show tonight because I got more to do. I've been actually working on this on and off throughout the day today. And it actually went a lot easier than I expected. Only had one glitch with an error, and I realized after a while what was causing it. And it might be a 1.4 issue with the trains that I didn't wasn't aware of, but I figured out how to get it working, so we should be pretty good. But you can see the train is going around. Taking a look. So yeah, mod contest should be no problem because I might even get to traffic splines in and some pedestrians, who knows? Lots of splining to do. I'd like to get traffic. That would be nice to have some traffic on the roads. Uh, we'll see how these other two splines go. We do need the two trains in the other boat, and we got one train and one boat, so we'll have two trains and two boats for release. And we're going around. But it looks pretty good. It's right on the track all the way around. First shot, better than the train in the Industries map. It went pretty easy. But this track was the relatively straight one. Yeah, a little jerky on Old Man's map. It's not that jerky on this one because I took my time and did it right. It can get very jerky. So we're going to go through and I'll show you how I did this one. But that is our trip around. I don't have railroad crossings in yet. Maybe we can get those in. We shall see. But train number 1 is done and looking pretty good. So let's jump into our editor and set up a second train here. You've been thinking about the boat issue. Maybe either leave the doors open so it's just the hull or make it a tug with 2 or 3 barges. I've been thinking about the boat issue too, Fumin, and I had another idea that will probably work. And that is. Hi there, Farm Wrangler. That is a little bit tricky to explain, but as you know, I have the engine visible on the boat and the carts invisible. I was thinking, what if I turned the engine invisible but moved only had the outside camera view and moved it back so it looked like it was on the barge and have the train basically out ahead of it and then just use the barge like you would a normal car. You'd be able to select it, but to have the train itself be an invisible engine and make the the barge into a rail car, and then you would be able to hook up everything. Tell me if you get what I'm talking about there. It's kind of a reverse thing, but you just have to move to camera outside view and put it back so it looks like it's over the barge itself. All right, so train spline. Here I'll load an uh, train spline 01. Let's see, Pleasant Valley. Train 01. Show you where that is. Yeah, exactly. If you have one car, you might be able to get the 2 grain bins split into 2 parts like they did with the trailer and just make it so that the engine is invisible and the cart, it looks like you're driving the cart. Kind of a reverse of what I did. You'd have all the keys because you'd actually be in the engine, but your camera would be back by the cart and the engine would be invisible instead. Basically, you could put the engine right underneath and move the points. So that's what I'm thinking. I think it would work, but it's going to take some time to mess with that. So, all right. So you can see I got train spline, and I'm bringing this one in for a reason because I want to get my start points for the 2 trains pretty close to where the other one starts right there. So we're going to create a new transform group, and we're going to name that train system 02. Whoops, I have cap lock on. I don't like it when I do that. All right, let's try that again. Train system 02. Now we're going to go create a spline, take our spline, cut that out. We're going to put it right in to our group number 2. Hey Skens, how you doing? And Doc, how's it going, Doc Holiday? All right, next thing is I'm going to left control B, click. You could see a start and end point. I'm going to drag my start point right about there because this is where the other one starts. There's a little blue node on there. Now we're gonna take the blue nodes. First, I'm gonna make sure two things. If number one, that my right mouse button's acting up again. I hate when that happens. Let me bang on it. That usually works. All right, let's see if that helped. All right, I kind of eyeball it to make sure that we are straight down the middle of the track. Here, let me get back to it, which looks pretty good. And then I put it just so it's peeking through. Once the line, it turns white right above the track. That's the positioning that I have it in. Next, I grab my end point. We're going to go all the way around this track. We can stretch it out. When we're straight on the track, the straightaways go pretty easy. I go a little ways and hit the insert key to put a node down every now and then on the straightaways. You don't need a lot of them on the straightaways. But when we get to corners and hills, it gets much trickier. So I'm stretching down the straightaway. If all looks well, it'll still be pretty darn close to center. Yep, it looks good. And we'll insert another one. So I'm just grabbing the blue node at the end point, and the straightaways take no time at all. The hills and the bridges take, that's where all the time is on setting up the spline. So we're going to hit insert again and stretch that right down. I think it will work. I'm pretty sure it will. Uh, you can position you can make the carts, basically the barge into a cart. That's all you got to do. And then make the engine invisible. Yeah, I think that would be really sweet. And too bad I don't have the time to do it right now. Then you can put the animations on the doors just like you do the sugar beet cart, all that fun stuff. Definitely think it will work. All right, so we're following down, and this is where we start going uphill pretty soon, so we're going to get pretty close, and you'll see that eventually, when it starts to go up, here I'm going to put another node in. It's always good to have extra nodes when you're starting to shift. All right, you see how that one is just below right there? So I'm going to pull back to here. I'm going to insert. I'm going to jump back to that one real quick and raise it up. Oh, it's not doing what I wanted because let's here delete that one. Let's bring this one back. This is how I did it. Raise this one up so it's just above the surface. Hit insert and basically just keep doing the same thing just above, all the way up and over the bridge. Keeping the line straight is easy if you don't mess with the wrong arrow. And I put a spline every couple of rungs, or a node every couple of rungs on the train. And that's what keeps it smooth, is not getting a lot of left to right and just working it up slowly up the track here. Sometimes you can get away with, and I'm just keep hitting the insert button. See how it's not visible than it is? We want to keep it right close to the top of the rail. That's the way I have my offset set. So if I can keep it that way, the train will look like it's riding right on the track. But this is where all the time goes into doing the curves and doing the hills. The straightaways go, like you just saw, very quickly. And the more exact you are, the better it's gonna be. Every time I hit insert, it just puts it out a little bit ahead of it. Uh, if my left mouse button worked better today, I mean my right mouse button, we'd be golden, but it doesn't seem to want to. So this is what it'll probably take a couple hours to go around and do this whole spline because we've got, I think, 3 bridges to do on this one. And a lot more hills. The bottom one was mostly straightaways, but every hill is a challenge. And we just keep working it up. And you can see it's nice and smooth. If you get the time, you'll try it tomorrow. That would be cool to see. But I'm pretty sure it will work. And that would be sweet to I did check out your model, by the way that you did the doors. You got some skills there, my friend, that I do not have. That looked great. Now if we could get the fill planes in and we'd have something special. Too bad it's so close to the we can always do it in an update after the mod contest, that's for sure. On both maps. We could put it in the 19 map right away when we get it done. Yeah, so this is why I hate. Actually, I don't hate it as much today as I thought I did because it went easier once I did some research on. It's just been so long since I actually did splines that I forgot how to do them. Lift it up, move it forward. I could stretch out further with the points. Like if I wanted to, I could try to go longer distance, but and it can get away with it here. But the trick is to get it to stay close to the track, and if you're going over too much of a bend, then it'll look like your train is floating in that area. So just use your best judgment and keep it on the ground. Don't want floating trains. It's such a relief every time you get over a bridge and you can do the straightaways again. Because the bridges are where it takes all the time, all the hills. If I pull it up and I see them both come up across the rail at about the same time, like they both did there, then I know it's pretty smooth. If one comes through and the other doesn't, it means it's going to raise up a little bit. But they're going pretty good. So if I like stretch out to here and lift up, they're going through the two rails right at the same time. Turns green to white. And we just keep on going. We're getting toward the top, then we got to go across and down, but it's all curved over this bridge. Just less of a curve going this way on the top. I gotta see what I'm doing. I'm gonna pull that one back to here because it's starting to level out a bit. And I'm just adding nodes as we go. We gotta go all the way around till the end point meets up with the start point. Mod for Spline Center. You sent me a whisper. Uh, yeah, the spline helper. I've seen that. I don't feel like figuring it out right now. I know that my splines are dead center on the railway. I got a good eye for those. Don't you have to do extra steps when you do that? Like use the I think it's import something and drag it down the track while you're doing your spline. I can't remember what it was, but I was pretty dead on with the last one. And we'll just keep on going. It's pretty flat up there. That's when it gets flat, you can kind of span a lot more of the rungs there than just a couple at a time. When we start going back downhill, which we are now, you can see how it's, so we're going to back that up a little bit. Okay. You never make yeah. It's a process, that is for sure. Never a dull moment in map making. Well, unless you're painting grass. There's always seems to be something, new challenges, which I enjoy figuring out new things to do. Working our way round the bridge. The bridges are the toughest thing on here because they're so curved. And we don't want a floating train. So I put a ton of nodes across the top of the bridge. We're heading down at a pretty good rate here now. Yeah, your wife would kill you. Well, I don't have one of those, so I don't have to worry about that. She already killed me before map making. Oh, I love it when we get over a bridge. Because it means I can do a straightaway again. But this will keep it pretty smooth going across the bridge with a lot of the nodes. Now in the 19 map, I did some of the splines, but a lot of it was already there. All right, see now I got one that's underneath, so that's why I back up. Make sure it stays close. So we'll get around it. Then we get to show you all the extra fun stuff that goes into putting a train on the map once we get the line done. But it will get done. I forget how difficult I made this rail on this one, this line. I'll find out when I see how many hills we got. The straightaways go real easy. I didn't put the gap fillers underneath this bridge or a couple of the bridges too. If I get time, I'm going to do that. There's always something that requires time. Take care of the most important things first. Because I am going to get this into the mod contest. That, as long as they don't disqualify me for some reason that I don't know yet. We're getting close to straight. We are on the flat part. So we'll drop a node in here and we'll go zippity doo to the next turn or hill. And it's a turn. Turns are very similar. You just got to work it like so. I'm grabbing the arrow and then work the blue one center on the track as you go around. So red, pull forward a little. Blue, keep it centered. Oops, I just pulled the wrong arrow. It went down instead of the red. It gets a little bit tricky. Red forward. A little bit at a time. We can just inch your way around the curve. And that will keep it really smooth too if you're just not, it's like keep a little bit, little turn, move it center track, add another one. Just try to keep it close to center. I occasionally get a little bit carried away and have to go back, but I think we're looking pretty good. I eyeball it. You can use the spline tool helper if you want, but I don't. I might be a little bit close to the left on this. I think I am. So that's where I go back and just try to pull it back over just a little bit. We'll be coming out of the turn pretty soon. I'm sure I'll win at least first, second, or third place. I don't know. It's tricky because there's so many German uh, maps that are quite different than the style that we like to play here in the US, the bigger open maps. Some maps get entered and they're very, very small and they have lots and lots of detail, but you'd finish them. They don't even use a. I've seen it before where people don't even use the whole single size map. They just do a really tiny map that has lots of detail and 5 fields or something. We don't do that here. I want to be able to play it and enjoy it. We'll see what happens. Get the vote out. All right, we're going to be going up a very crazy hill, which is going to be lots of fun. Yep, we're looking pretty darn good there. Looks like we're gonna start going up. We'll pull this forward a little bit at a time until, again, when the white line there cuts in right there. So we'll raise it. And then we're going uphill again. Oh yeah. So this part isn't that difficult. It's just one of those time-consuming things to put the spline itself in. You get used to it after a while. I just did one. The first one always is like a learning curve again, so I did one earlier today just to refresh my memory. And the second one makes it look a lot easier than the first one did. I do that offline so I don't look like a complete idiot all the time when I come on. So there's the insert key on your keyboard just keeps adding dots. If you need to, you could use a delete keyboard to take one of the nodes away. The delete key on the keyboard. So when you set up, and I do realize I have, maybe I'll try to fix these too. I know that this hill was a little bit off, so I'm gonna get my add tool down to 0.2, so I'm only adding a little bit. Get that track touching the ground on this hill, on this side. I know that that was there. I've been fixing these as I go around so my tracks aren't floating. It was okay on the one side that I was viewing, but I didn't get it quite right on this side. There's some gaps on the hill. And I use 0.2 values so when I'm adding, it goes very slow. If I hit the subtract button right there because it's a little high, We can get that back down. Looking better. Fix that up. Get my gaps filled in. We're back to flat. Again, we'll look at it from the other side because, yep, this side is pretty low up on this side, much lower than over there. So that's why we got to look at it from both sides. Wow, big gap here. The other side looked like it was the good side. But I knew this hill, and there's one hill on the other side of the map that needs a little bit of work too. Just get those things so they're touching the dirt. Much better. All right. Turn that off. Back to our spline. It's frustrating when they put collision on the hedges. Some of the hedges are on some maps are cuttable. They're actually trees. Gotta get it a little bit further to see where it is there. There we go. Move forward and up. Forward and up. Only two directions you want to move to keep it straight down the straightaways. And I'm only using the blue nodes to do the layout here. Keep that in mind. Don't touch the red ones, because that is where you'll start messing it all up. All right, so I got back up one. Got that one a little bit low. This is pretty precision for me anyway. I usually don't get this many nodes in, but it works good. The more you have on the hills, the smoother the transition will be. On most of my maps, you probably notice that the train actually rides up off the rails in some spots. Well, it's not gonna on this one. It's gonna be hugging the rails. Whoops, I hit the wrong key. I'm holding the space bar down. All right, up Look at that. We're getting there. Lots of dots. Where are we at? Almost. Oh, it just keeps going. We get a little flat out and then it rises up again. But this is the hill region, so it is going to have some more ups and downs. PV70, yeah, lots of spots. I tried to fix it, but you destroyed it. I know they did because I sucked at them back then. I didn't really. I've got it down now though. They wrote to me back then. It was like, all right, close enough. Now I've got a system. You see, I needed to get a system down, and I probably just was not as detail oriented with as many spline dots. That's all. I tried to do the curves in big chunks on that one, so it got a little wacky. But now I've got it really going good, so we should be much better off this time. This will probably be the best splines I've ever done, which is good because it's going in a contest. I think we're on a short straightaway. Short. Even though it's straight, I'm going to check it, make sure we're still, and put some extra nodes in here and there. Oh, we've got a gap because we're rising up. Once we get up here, we got a long straightaway, so we'll get up the hill. Then we get a big chunk done. All right, now we're starting to rise up again. It looks like. Yeah, slowly. Let's see. I wonder how long. Oh, I'm pulling the wrong. Yeah, grab the red one. You need this one here. Green. It's already been about 45 minutes on this one. Like I said, it'll be probably a couple hours to do a spline, which is nothing compared to painting grass, so I guess I gotta live with it. A couple hours I'll take it compared to the probably 20 hours of doing grass work. I think it was even more than that, but and then it was a good 12 hours I think doing the Farmland XML. 10 to 12 I think. Marking your farmlands. So splines, yeah, I'm getting a new liking for them now. Now that I got this down. Whoa, let's not go that far though. Not when we're going uphill. If a job on the map only takes a couple hours, then it should be considered an easy one. Granted, all combined, the train splines and boat splines is about a day's worth of work, but I think we're in straight territory. Yep, it's still dropped down a little there. When I start pulling across and it doesn't go in and it's sitting on the top of the rail, that one had to go down a little bit. But yeah, I think we're actually good to. Oh, it's still dropped down a little. It's when you have the really big runs, if it rises up slowly, you'll get the floating train. That's why I'm checking a little bit until it doesn't do that anymore. If I have to lower it down, like I do a little bit there, then it's still got a little bit of a drop off to it. All right, now we're perfectly flat, so we can run with it. And we could check it by going and seeing if it's just pulled down slightly. See, just slightly, and it goes right back in. So we're flat, flat. Looking pretty good down the middle. I love it when we get to these big straightaways. Hey JD fan, how are you doing? We're working on the railroad all the live long day. Putting in the new splines. Looking good. Like I said, love those straightaways. Look at the ground we cover when we hit the straightaways. Up, time to go into curve mode again. When you first start a curve, use a lot of nodes so you get a smoother. Oh, I think I'm pulled in over too far. You get a smoother transition into the curve. Now what did I... Why is it going uphill around a curve? Or did I just mess up something? I messed up something. Let's delete that one. It's kind of weird. Alright, it just looks painful, doesn't it? That is not exactly where I want it to be. I jumped into the curve too soon, I think. That looks a little better. That's what you get when you eyeball it, though. You got a little bit of adjusting to do when you get out of hand. Working our way around a corner. See, the space in between is smaller, and that's why it's either got to do two note there. That looks a little better. Whoops, went too far. That was too far out. my big sweeping corner. .90-degree turn. Which we're getting close to getting out of it. Might be a little bit rickety through here. I'm looking back. I just want to adjust them a little bit. That should be pretty good. We'll find out when we drive around. I think we're hitting straight. Yep, this is the straight track right here. Right down the middle. We got any hills? Oh yeah. We're gonna have hills up ahead. And a gap. Looks okay on that side. So we're about 3/4 of the way around. Maybe halfway. Because we gotta go all the way back to there. I think we're going uphill again. Yep, just slightly. And the shadows are making it interesting. Now this track wasn't exactly all right, the best transition up here. We'll make the best of this little bump. It happens when you're trying to do certain things with track. It's a little bit of a sharp down. So if the train looks like it went through a bump when it hits this point right here, it did. The track is a little bit out. Did you fix the field map indicators on a couple of the fields? There were only two that I saw. I'll have to check them again because in the 9-hour stream they should have been okay. Um, but I might have missed a couple. I know there was a couple when I looked at them, but that was before the 9 hour stream. So there might be a couple out of whack still. I'll have to take a closer look uh, and see when we get back into the game. But thanks for noticing that if there's a couple still out of whack. 51, 52, 53. I'll check it out. I'm going to write that down. Something over there. I'll check it out. All right, where are we? Oh, yeah, we're just a little bit of a straight piece, and then actually, it's not exactly perfect here. Whoops. I hate when I do that. Click on the railroad track instead of the node arrow. Going downhill again. The other one was, there was literally just the bridges, I think, for hills. So this one is definitely a lot more work to get around the map because it's in the hilly area. But it's all good. I was not even sure we would be able to get these in, but they're definitely going to be in for the contest. So I'm pleased with that. Oh yeah, we're coming up on a big straightaway. Thank you. Now I'm just looking, it turns green as, or it goes just before it goes under the rail. You see where it's green? I just pull it right back up to where it's white, all white. Now, if your train is floating, as long as you're consistent around the map, you can edit the offset in the XML file. So you can make your train higher or lower if it's floating or if it's in the ground too far by doing a spline offset in the XML, which I can show you that. Mine should be set pretty darn close to perfect because this is the way I've been setting them up. But if you were working on setting it up so that the spline was just going under the ground rather than the railroad track, you could still do it that way. I just find it easier to make sure it's on the rail. My little white line is sitting on top of the rail wherever I go. And then my adjustment for height was done in XML file already. So if you do it this way and your train is floating and you're wondering why, that is why. Or if it's in the ground a little bit. We'll get to that part when we get into the workings to get the train actually to show up when the loop is done. I think we're pretty close to getting straight here. Not yet, because it's still dropping down slightly. Ooh, I think it's there. Yep, set it right there. Okay. Oh, we got to go back up over there. Oh, it wasn't as big of a run as I thought it was. It's okay though. At least we got some straight ground to cover here. It goes up right after the fact building right here. Gonna check, make sure I still am, yep, just on the top of the rail. Means it's going perfectly. Now I'm gonna stop here and I'm gonna start putting in several nodes before I start raising up. That is, the transitions are key because as you move the spline here, it just changes a little bit behind it too. So it's key to start just before you raise up and get your nodes, and in the beginning especially, get more than your fair share and you'll get a nice smooth transition without messing up what's done behind it. This is a pretty steep, actually, hill here. One of the steeper ones. So we're going to need to have more. Here, let me bring this forward. There we go. The steeper the hills, the harder they are. But it's looking good. If you grab the right arrow, All right, I placed one too low. There we go. Very tricky with the steep ones. There we go. Just take your time. Look at that. Nice smooth curve up the hill. Did I have any gaps on that curve? No, it looks pretty good. I just messed. Oh, I see what I did. Wasn't on the lead node, which is okay. I put one in behind it that there we go. And it's steep because we're going over the bridge. I think we're good. We're straight away. We'll check it. If it goes, yep, went green with just one little dip, so we're good for straightness. And then we're going to go back down. So we'll stop it right there. And put in. Oh, what do we got coming up? Oh yeah, we're going to be busy here because we got to go zippity doo. It's when we get over the bridge that we get a nice long straightaway. It's flat all the way through here. It's windy though. Yeah, we're going to be here a while. But we've already got quite a bit done, so all in time. It'll probably take 3 hours just to do this spline. A lot of turns, a lot of hills. I did the easy one earlier. Oh, I gotta stretch that out over the next rail so I could see where it's going. Sharp turn coming up ahead. Going back. This the last one? This is the last train. The one train is done. There's two trains on this map, and this is the second. And I got a boat one to do, but as you already know, the boat one's gonna be a breeze because you don't have to follow a railroad track. So that one will take it. It's just getting it close to the what did I do? Oh, we're turning. Back that up a little bit. We're coming around a turn here, and I didn't even realize it. Turn and turn. So the boat itself won't take too long. But lining it up to the docks is the toughest thing with a boat. When you get the train in there, because you are lining it up with the track, it kind of lines itself up with the triggers. The boat doesn't. You gotta nothing to follow other than space. Now this is tricky. Make sure because the transition here was pretty quick in from going up. All right, I think we're floating pretty good now right on the top of the rail. I do know this. I didn't put any pieces in that are curved and going uphill at the same time. So if I hit a curved piece, it's relatively flat. But as you look at the spline when you're going around corners, that's what makes it rickety, is if you get a lot of back and forth, but it's pretty, I mean, there's a couple of them that probably could be moved to make it smooth out, but it should be pretty darn good this time around. As we gradually make it take the turn. And coming out of our turn a little bit, so there. Touch up. Let's make sure we're. See, I think we're floating. Are we floating? Oh man, I got an error in the system because we are. Oh yeah, we got to go back a little bit here. Oh yeah, we are kind of floating and I didn't even notice it. We must be going uphill or something. We're okay there. Where the heck? Just checking where it might have been right at the end of that train. I might have pulled the wrong node. These right here have to be lowered. We would have had a floating train. By quite a bit. And when you mess up, it's back and forth sometimes. I'm gonna delete that one. Did that do anything? Sometimes I think it's easier to just go like this. Doot 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 doot. That's where we're right. Oh, I got the wrong arrow. It's probably what I did back there too. Didn't have the green one like that. Well, look at, see, that's where you get the ricketiness. See that one right there? We gotta try to straighten that curve out a little bit. I was doing so good, but for some reason this curve got me messed up. That looks a little better. That one out there a little, yeah. Drive like a bird. The ground there, did I miss a place on the ground where I'm not touching? It's a tricky situation right through there, but it's touching. The turns that you have to pull both arrows to get around them, those are the ones that are not fun. sometimes it goes easier when you're straight to just go doop 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 and put some nodes down. Then try to drag this one out and get this one back so it's straight again. Well, if it's really bad, we'll find out. But it is a straightaway, it's just not a straight run until we go turn again. I had only one place like this on. Alright, oh yeah, oh boy. I'm gonna need a break in the middle of this one. I'm gonna need a beverage break. Bathroom beverage break pretty soon. When, just so I can think about what's coming around. I gotta go around the corner and over the bridge. Who put it in this crazy corner? A real sharp one too. Follow the white line. Thank you, Brew Crew, for the 200 bits. Appreciate that. Keep everybody awake. Keep everybody from falling asleep during spline. Which is worse to watch, this or painting grass? Because, unfortunately, it all has to be done. Oh, I gotta readjust myself in my seat here. It's starting to stick to the leather. Alright, it's plastic, but I'm still sticking to it. Big turn. Might have to go back and adjust a couple, but it actually looks pretty good. Lots of dots when you're making the big turns. Will make it smoother if you don't mess it up too much. It's, oh, I just clicked off of it. Brrr, spline, endpoint. It is a little tricky when you're underneath one of these to see, but we should be pretty flat through there. We don't, we are starting to raise up, that's right. Let me go back. We're guessing through there. I don't want it to, oh, it's short. That's what it was. Okay. It was a little bit short of, all right. Because it comes out of that turn and goes right up the, you can see it's starting to lift up. Now the ground here, I have blocks to put under there to fill that in. So I just got to do it on this bridge and the double bridge. When I get over the bridge and around the corner and do the next straightaway, I am going to take a short recess before we get into the next set of hills. So I can stop my fingers from being numb. Looking good though. We will have some trains in the map before the contest comes, which was looking iffy the other day, but nope, not anymore. I thought I left that one a little too high. There we go. Going uphill. Whoops, I just deleted one by accident. Okay, we're okay there. Sometimes you gotta go back and forth a little. But I'm doing pretty good, Amaki. How are you doing over there? We're working on splines. Getting the trains in. It's gonna be a done deal, which is pretty cool. Kind of excited for that. Having the trains in before the contest was pretty big, seeing as there's all the ports and everything along the rail lines, and it would have kind of stunk to not have the trains on and have all those. I mean, you could have still brought the stuff by truck, but now you got boat, truck, or train. Take your pick. I'm glad to hear that. Did anybody do anything exciting for the 4th? Not me. I did map making. Well, the 4th isn't here yet, but most people, I think, had this weekend they were celebrating. I know our local fireworks show was last night. I was working. We have come, that is a lot of nodes coming through that area because of the sharp turns and the hills. But we'll be coming out of it pretty soon. Now, I think I might have messed up on that one. That's better. Good. Oh, come on, get over the bridge. We're almost up to, it seems like forever, but we're almost to the flat spot and we'll be going downhill. Not that it's very flat, but flatter spot there. Now we're going, starting to descend. Oh wait, maybe we're not starting to descend. Well, we're curving the other way a little bit. Yeah, that's where it's really flat right there. Close enough for government work. Yep, going good. Still looks good. So once I get, yeah, we're getting there. We gotta come off the bridge and then go around another corner. Then we'll do the big straightaway, and then I'm gonna take a break. Brief one, 5 minutes, and come back and finish up the loop. I placed that last one a little bit low. There we go. And now you see why a lot of people don't do the trains on their maps. Because it's gonna be a little bit of extra work. And now you see why I cheated when I did the 16x map. Could you imagine? This is a 4x with two relatively small tracks. The 16x has 4 trains going across that whole crazy thing. That'd be hours upon hours of trains, which, if I ever do the 64X map, it's gonna have trains. Gonna need some big time shipping on a 64X. And that's a big if. I have the idea, I just don't have the time. You don't think you've ever used a train? Some people don't use them. Some people do. I've used them on, well, I don't play the map that much anymore. But where I did use them was, and I do use them. I use them for sand and gravel primarily, bringing loads of it to the sell point, and I did that a ton on PV17. It was a quick way to load from the lake into the train with sand and Old man 1022 got a good look at your map. You did quite well, I must say. Pretty impressed with that. I didn't look at it in the game, but I looked at it in the editor. I brought it up right after the show last night, and I could tell that you put some work into that. I love it. Love it. Didn't have time to drive around. I don't even have time to drive around on my own that much unless I'm testing stuff. One of these days, we'll be doing some farming soon. Although, you do realize that once they put my mod up there in the mod contest, thank you so much there. Once they put my mod up in the mod contest and all the mods are available, we're going to have scripts. So I'd like to take a couple days to stream the map and get some votes. And maybe I will do that a lot and show the map and then work a little bit on one of the mods for or work a little bit on it, getting with the global company script as we figure that out. Yeah, do a combo. Do some farming so people can get the vote and show them what's coming. Get the vote out. Couldn't find a better learner than Old Man Dave. His map turned. Yeah, it did do. I mean, it is cool. Awesome. I took a quick look, and I could tell he did. Did you figure out your problem with your ore though? I didn't know why you're getting holy ore when I am not on mine. when you smooth it. I didn't test it to see if it was happening to me. You took bit level 10 off? Aha. I'm straightening out my mess. We want smooth trains. Yeah, you can. Actually, I can do that for you. Not entering it in the contest, huh? I'm surprised. You should have. Like I said, there's 3 prizes. But if you're giving out, if it's already out there, you'd be disqualified. You should have. You done good. And trust me, uh, you never know. You just never know with those. All right, let me see if I could copy his link. Hold on just a minute, and I will let you guys. I will paste it for you guys. There you go. That is Old Man's site with the map he created. Give you guys something to do. Check out his work. And I'm pretty sure you used the blank map in here and everything, right? You just had more time than me. We should have a gallery of all the maps that people used following the class. All right, I got a little bit wide around that turn. Starting right there, I think. Yep, started with the blank map and whoops, I just deleted instead of inserted. Or did I? No, I wasn't on the end point. There we go. And he did the whole map. So you can learn, although he figured out some stuff on his own, that's for sure. Because I didn't do anything with trains until today. We're doing good though. But yeah, people ask me how hard it is. You know, there's good parts and bad parts to the map stuff, but there's so much that's common. It's that once you learn one thing, it applies to so many different things like the XML. But yeah, there is a definite learning curve, but it's not as bad as it actually got a little bit easier, I think, this year. A paintable grass back in the map? Oh my gosh, it's not in this one? Did we fix that? Yeah, we fixed it. Um, it was, oh, you missed that. It was a bad letter. That's all it was. ID. I could tell you in what file is that? Da, 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 da. I'm trying to think. Let me think about that. It was, where is the paintable stuff listed? It's not in the foliage XML. It's in the map XML. Thank you there for that. So if that's industries, that's not it. Uh, Pleasant Valley. We're looking for maps, map DE XML, edit with notepad. Uh, we don't have it on in here? Oh, I took it off. That's right. All right. So we'll go to our map SA XML. Yeah, because we were having issues. Mapsa.xml. You're going to do paintable foliage equals 1 next to your grass. I'm going to do it right now on mine. Uh, map, mapde paintable foliage ID equals 1 next to your grass. That's the first part. Just like you see there. Then if we go to the bottom, you've got paintable foliages right here. Uh, I'm pretty sure we fixed it in this, but the ID has to be a lowercase I down here. Or is it? I can't remember, but we'll test it. It's one or the other. That's what we had wrong. This should be fixed because it's in the industries and we fixed it in industries. So lowercase ID. So we're going to copy that whole layer name grass, blah, 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 blah. That section. Oh, it's already in there, but we'll put it right here. Yeah, you're right. Yep, so lowercase I, we had an uppercase I down here, and that was what was throwing it off so it wouldn't work. So that section right there goes in there, and we should have the paintable grass foliage when we go back in the map. Thanks for reminding me of that. That's another addition that we would have forgot about. So if you're following along, make sure you get that in the map too, so you can paint grass foliage. Oops. We are doing a zip line, and then I'm going to take a break when we get undone with the straightaway. Undone. When we get done with the straightaway. And then I'll come back and we'll finish up our loop. But you could see we cover a lot more ground when we're doing the straight. And this is the biggest one probably there is on the map. Drop a node in every now and then just for, and especially when you start getting close to the corners. So put a few close together. We're going to be taking that turn. So that's what we've got so far. We're 3/4, but that was probably a lot of the toughest part right through here and right there. You can see how close they are together compared to how far apart they are on the rest of it. We have to come all the way to here. Oh, we're only about halfway then. Halfway. So it's a good time, but we don't have a lot of up and down hills except for over here. We just have a lot of side crazy stuff coming up. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Bathroom break, refill my glass, and we'll catch up with you in just a few minutes. We'll be right back. All right, that didn't take too long. Uh, up, wrong scene. There we go. All right. So, while you're doing this, remember two things when you're doing your trains. Uh, when you start off doing your train, it's going to head whatever direction toward the end node. That is the direction the train will go around your track. That is one thing you got to keep in mind. Number two is wherever you place your start node, whenever the game starts up, that's where the train is going to start moving from. So, not that that makes much difference because the trains move automatically, but if it's empty and you start up the map, so I have them starting at Central Station, and I probably should have moved them a little bit down the way, the start points. Might be able to still do that. I should be able to, because I want to put the engine so it's not crossing the road when it starts up. I have to realign my start points a little bit further down, that's all. S is start, E is end. I used to think it was south and east, but that doesn't make any sense. South and north would have. Another thing that was glitched, that causes it to glitch, is there is a way, and this I think might be what happened to a lot of people, a lot of trains that maps broke with the latest update, is that if you close the spline, that's the error I got earlier. If you join the spline at the end and don't leave it open, it threw an error and would not work. So you don't have to close it. As a matter of fact, I'm not 100% sure that was the reason for my error, but I'm pretty darn sure because when I opened it back up, it worked fine. So don't close your spline. It doesn't need to be, and if you're having errors on your map, that could be why. You thought it was opposite. Mine's open. I don't know. Mine is open and I was getting it with a closed spline. They're lay over the top of each other, but they're not closed. And I am going a little bit wacky here. It's a straightaway, but it's on an angle, the kind that I hate. Yours are closed and it's working? I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure mine are open. Not stitched, but closed. It couldn't tell what the start and end point was, what direction the train was supposed to move in, so that's why I opened it back up. But I'll double check it when we get there. In another hour or so. Yeah, they did break a lot of trains, yeah. And I got an error and I didn't know why. I imported the train originally from the other map and it was closed spline and it worked. But when I created a new one, it did not until I opened it, I'm pretty sure. We'll find out. We'll get there. I'm not getting errors with the first rail. I'm pretty sure I left it open. We could take bigger chunks of this off because it's straight run. It's just at an angle. How far does it go? Oh, we're starting to turn right at this railroad. Or this crossing here. Oh, we're getting there. We're straight. Yep. The base US map has decorative boats that run on a spline in the distance, but I could not figure out how to get them in your game. I could not find an XML file in the base game that points it. I don't think it needs one. It never. I haven't done the decorative boats in 19. Used to have settings right in the user attributes for those in 17, and if it runs like a pedestrian spline. Uh, I don't have my pedestrian splines in yet, so we'll have to check that out at some point. It's a splining special splining edition. I don't recall because we had uh tons and tons of different things that would run on splines. Decorative animals that were on splines back in 17 edition. There were spline animals, snakes in the grass, and just a bunch of. We had birds in the sky, gulls that would fly. I didn't use any of those in this edition, but they were all splined animals that could add some life to the around the map. They're still there. They could probably be copied over from the 17 if we figure out how to do it. Basically used them around the animal dealer to have some live animals in pens. What is up there? I saw a floating S from a start point, but it wasn't right there. You see it going by? Why is that doing that? I don't know. It might be the one that's under the ground for the cars that I haven't used yet. We can start covering more ground with these. How far does this go? Oh, it's up to there. All right, we'll do a insert and a big pull up this way. Back it up a little bit. I think I pulled it up too far. Ooh, I missed. Get my blue dot. We're starting to turn here. I didn't post a link. What happened? What? Oh. Oh. I don't know what it did. Oh, on create. It said on dot create. Thought it was a link. Yep. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's just an on create command that runs a. It was. Don't know 100% how it's done in 2019 version because I haven't messed with it. But if it's still an on create, then it should be in there. Oh yeah, this one's definitely a lot more work than the other railroad. Other railroad would have been done by now because it was a lot less curvy and a lot less hilly. But we're coming out on a straight for a little bit. We're starting to curve again. There's a curved piece right back there. I can see where it starts. No game breaking glitches. They're not allowed. But they happen. Like my first and only ever map that I got into the mod contest in 2013. Silos didn't work, kind of game breaking, seeing as there was only one farm and none of the silos would work. Heck, back then they didn't even have tip on ground, so you had to store stuff in tippers until I got the, or sell it right away until I got the error fixed. And even so, I didn't come in last place. I didn't come in first. But I was like better than, I think I was in the top half with a broken map. Now I realized that I had to cheat on these railroad crossings a little bit because I gotta make something new when I have time to cross these roads. This is tricky. Not really. We'll see how it goes when we get in there. It gets a little bumpy through there. It's because I did it blind. But and that was my first real map ever. Well, I did do the big 4X map in 13, but oh, I hate when that happens. But it was my real first attempt at a solo map. Single size. Don't talk. I'm playing this map now that the creator doesn't seem to want to fix problems. Yeah, don't talk about maybe time for a new one. Well, yeah, it could be one of mine. I want to fix problems. I want to fix them, but I don't want to create any new ones. Oh, I did it again. Is it game-breaking problems? Those usually have to be fixed. I know it was. It could be, I haven't touched the industries map in a long time. I know there's stuff I want to get done and changes to be made, but there are other more important things right now. You know what I am wondering though, that I don't know how it's going to affect the voting is this is a 4X map and it's not going to get any console voters because you can only do single size maps on consoles. So I don't know what percentage. I can tell you this, I've worked in Walmart for as a cashier now for over a year and not a single person has come through my line and bought a console version of Farming Simulator even though we sell it. But there are console players out there. Now, Call of Duty and those types of games, oh yeah, they come through every day. But they named two sell points the same and it messes up the contracts. Yeah, that would be a issue. I would do something like that though. At least we got contracts in this map too. I think we got the bases covered. Plus drivable boats, which I don't know. It's gonna be fun to see what other modders come up with though. Heck, I might have to vote for somebody else and not me if I see something really cool. I will say this. The global company script's gonna get my vote if it works. Even if it's buggy and it works and they promise to squash the bugs, we need to have that thing. An unorganized mess. I have a couple sell points still in here that don't aren't hooked up that I realize we can still do. I gotta do something with those before release, but like I said, we've got a couple days today. I got a little bit of time tomorrow before work, but I don't think I'll be streaming. I'll be working on it a little bit, but uh Wednesday, off all day Wednesday. Gonna put whatever last finishing touches I can into the map on Wednesday. And fixing any little things we can find. BGA does not pay until midnight. TC and me, how we be? Good to see you there. Working my way down the railroad. I've been working on this thing all the livelong day. Doing my favorite part. Splines. I don't like that change to the BGA. I want my money now. What is that something they changed or what map? I mean, it wasn't that way in my map. Was that a Giants fix or change or are you talking about a different map? Giants change. Ah, the Giants changed it, those Giants. Well, it probably be the same way in here because I'm using the base XMLs for the BGA too. Now I wonder why they would do such a thing. Whose brilliant idea was that? Now this is a little tricky because it goes from one direction to the other. So it is a little bit, you could see the curve move just slightly. I think I did pretty good around there though. All right. You have good evening as well. Nice to see you, old man. Go get back to work on that. Figure out those boat splines. The animated ones. I think I should have had one more right there. How far do we get to go straight? Oh, a little ways. Look at that. We've got our work cut out for us still. I love the straightaways though. We can get done faster. Yeah, it's getting there. Got quite a few twists and turns on this track. Fortunately, most of it's flat too on this side. I think we got to go back downhill somewhere though. I can't remember. But we've come a long way already. I don't like that last one. Probably should have had another one. It getting funky back here. That looks better. I just deleted one of the nodes. I hate it when it doesn't appear like that until you place another one. Just make it look good. How far do we get to go? Up to there. Then we're going down. Oh yeah, we're getting there. Whew, it's a long one. Curve time again. A little bit of left, a little bit of right, then a big turn. One hill down, one hill up. Home stretch. Well, big stretch there. Then down again. And then the home stretch. All right. Well, yeah, we're getting there. Little left, little right, little upside down. We're definitely past the halfway point. We're almost probably 3/4. Somebody needs to make it so the splines are included in the railroad track segments. That way when you lay the track, you don't have to do the spline. It connects them together automatically. Wouldn't that be a neat trick? Oh, I have had enough of this one. Just get it done. We've got more stuff to show. Like all the XML fun that needs to go into this. Don't want to assume, but once I have factories, are you going back to finish the first map? That's a good question. You don't have to assume. Uh, Here's the deal with that, because we have discussed that many times. Um, both maps are going to be fixed as far as finished with the factories that are included within the map first. So, and kind of simultaneously, we'll do them both. The base factories being seed, fuel, fertilizer are going to be hooked up in both these maps. The hope is that factories will be placeable and buildable in this when the scripts come out. So whether if that is the case, then the factories will be able because that's why I kept everything the same, same fruit types, same fill types in both maps, so that when we get the factories, we'll create them as placeable objects, and they can be used for both maps simultaneously. That is the plan. Especially things, certainly things like greenhouses and orchards and sawmills and that type of thing should be make it once, use it on both. That is the goal. Now, yes, there might be some factories that have to be built into both maps, but we'll probably do them simultaneously. Um, when we work on yeah, we'll continue. We'll work on, it's going to be a learning curve for me too, but we can do the placeables. It would be good on the map class stuff. It would be definitely a good, cool thing to do because as placeable factories, the sky is the limit on, uh, especially if other modders start, or you guys out there start making placeables for the map. You can, you don't have to necessarily stay with the same factories. You might come up with something else that you wanna, a donut factory or something, and you can put it out there as Pleasant Valley compatible and let us know about it, and people can use it. That much more open end with the placeable system if all works out well. That being said, there's going to be some stuff that will be included in the map on both maps that just because position matters on some things. Uh, for instance, the garbage pickup in the campgrounds on the other map. So that stuff will be taken care of first. Anything that is going to be in the map and staying in the map. And then we'll take care of the rest of the additional features at the same time for both maps. And hopefully we'll get a really good library of new stuff to use between myself and other people out there that are making and will be making many, I'm sure there will be many mods that will come out with the global company stuff. And when that does happen, yes, it might not be uh, the right products and crops and stuff for our map, but we can make adjustments to many things. You know, just a simple naming convention of boards or whatever sometimes can throw off, like if they put lime in as caulk instead of lime. So we sometimes have to edit mods so that but lime is in this. That was just an example. Um, we might have to edit some stuff that comes out, but it's all good. We'll have a much better bunch of stuff to use. Another interesting one is the products that are used to do the concrete. Sometimes people don't use, they just don't use the same products across the maps to make certain things, and or they name them differently. That's why we ended up with planks and all sorts of different lumber. We're going to take a good look at the factories though and see what we can do to make it new and more interesting when that comes out. With that said, what is the better map? Oh crap, I went uphill. Um, I gotta back up. I'm going up, back. Delete. Yeah, I'm off the rails. I did pulled one of them up somewhere back here. Whoops. Yeah, I got a spline underneath. Um, that depends. Between my two maps, the fits your play style. I think that for a single player, I think that the 16x map will probably have more detail in it to start with. Um, but it is a handful, especially for single player. For multiplayer games, though, this map I think is going to be much better. Just because we've made multiple mines and made a lot of changes with the fact that there's going to be multiplayer in mind, and it's a 4x map, so it should be able to hold a larger player base better than the 16x. 16x is going to be, it can be taxing on the server with all that size. So I personally will probably be playing this one myself just because I like to play single player when I do get a chance every now and then. And I think it'll be more to my liking. But They'll both be about the same. It's just what do you want for size, really? And what kind of system are you running it on? That's the big questions. Now, why is I must be going uphill. I must have angled this piece of track just a little bit somewhere. This one's a 4x. The industries map is the 16x. The industries map for 17, it's very early to tell exactly what's going to end up because it's not going to be the same as uh, industries in 17 because we hopefully can make it better, but there are some things that will probably not develop. But I really want to get them back to having things like the fairgrounds and stuff like that. The 16x map definitely has the room for more details than this one will, but we do have a lot of room on here. Don't get me wrong, this is a big map right here, 4x. But we've got stuff to do. I don't like this turn. I don't know. I'll have to see. They're both going to have the same exact crops. Uh, there's a lot that's the same, but there will be some stuff that's different, and that might have more stuff if it can handle it. We got to see what it can handle. It might not. It might end up being just over space. We got to see how the whole system shakes down when we got those scripts running. If we can crash everything. We're good at that. What kind of load are we going to be able to put on these maps with the scripts? It could be not nearly as good as I hope. You never know. But it was a global company, so I think that they'll get it right. They did a great job with the last one. But I think that there's a couple features that added in that the Kavkaz map had that were going to be missing that might run into problems if they don't. Oh, we got a gap here. If they don't take time to fix them in the or add new features into the new global company. Big things were it was real nice to have it so you could park vehicles in a garage and take them off the map. That was a big time lag reducer. It hid the vehicles. It would be really nice to see something in there to be able to do that, but also taking bales. And I think that's the one I'm most interested in. Pallets, in finding bales and pallets, and a way to park them in some place like the factories have them produce the pallets, but not on the map all at the same time, and so you can spawn them out of a storage as they're produced. Because if we can't do that, so many factories with so many pallets like we're used to in the past sitting on the map might cause it to grind to a halt. I just hope there's some type of storage spawn it from the factories when you want to go over or pick up a pallet rather than have them all just lined up on uh, conveyors waiting for you because we had 130 some odd products being manufactured. If they all have pallet collectors at the end and there's 10 of each, you have 1,000 items on before you know it on the map. And that will spell disaster in a big way. This is the Forex Industries, the orange one. That is the 16. This is the Forex, just Pleasant Valley, FS19 Pleasant Valley, for the mod contest. When it comes out next week, we're going to be entering it. So get out and vote. That's why we got to finish up these splines and any other details I could throw in. Other than that, this thing is really super close to being done. And this is probably the one single biggest task left before the mod contest. This train spline right here. Everything else is gravy. And I just did something wacky there. What's going on here? Whoops. Am I not? Alright. I did something. Let's see. Delete that one. What the heck do I have going way over there? Let's go back to this one. I must have pulled up on one again. Yep, we got that issue taken care of anyway. We've got a hill coming. And down hills, and it's a pretty tough little... See, why is it not... It's probably just the bend. Let me get a few of them in place here. It's a quick drop off. And it's not working as expected. There, my line shows up. I don't know why the line lags behind like that sometimes. But we're taking a big drop, so I gotta do a couple at a time. This was the one spot, and I am aware, but I had tracks that had to meet up, and this was the one spot that had to do some finagling. It's not the best looking spot in the railroad track, but it'll have to do. My railroad wasn't meeting up right, so I had to overlap a piece on the hill here. When I got back to the beginning, the height wise, because we're going down to the original height, and it wasn't lining up, so filling in, fixing up. We gotta go down and then back up. This is the toughest part I've hit, but we're getting it. I just want to be on a straightaway again. Oh, the challenges. I gotta put another there. It's 'cause of funky track. Place 2, go back, check them again. Just so it's below. That one's good. That one's good. That one come down to there. Yeah, I kind of got to do 2 at a time because they're disappearing underneath there. Oh, we're almost at the bottom of that hill anyway. All right. That got past that mess. Look at Tommy Gun 132. Thank you for the choo choo. Perfect for today's show. Thank you for the follow. All right, let's see, folks. We've got to go up, down, around that corner, and head back toward home base. Look at all those blind dots we put in. Working on the railroad. What time is it? 10:30, 7:30. Yeah, we're 3 hours on this one so far, which is actually 7:10, 8:10, 9:10, 10. Yeah, we're over 3 hours to do a railroad spline. First one didn't take this long, but this one has all the hills. So it's going to take a little longer. Get it right above the track. Definitely got to raise up a couple dots there. This one's going to look ugly. I don't fix it. That looks pretty good. Oh, I just want to get it done. I think this is the only one we're doing tonight. I'll do the last boat tomorrow on my, and then Wednesday we'll be here. Um, Doing finishing touches. And then it's off to Giants for approval or denial. Which will it be this year? Didn't get in last year's. Tried to get in the year before. Got disqualified. For having a version 2 of a map I already did. Which was completely changed, but whatever. We gotta go back and hit those down to the tracks. It's weird. You see me sometimes start off in the wrong direction. It's because the arrows are on keyboard are actually backwards from the direction I should spin the my view around. I wouldn't be screwing up. There. Are we level? That is the question. For a few feet, and then we go back up. Ah, oh, come on. Why is it just disappearing on me? That's what I want right there. I must have. Going uphill. Then we're level around one corner here. All right. Yay. That's good. Are you guys falling asleep yet? Let's see. Alabix. Alabexin 473. Good day. What up? I've checked out your dad's net Twitch channel. Yeah. Well, we're working on putting trains in the map today. We got one in. Working on number two. And if you don't know what's going on, this is a spline. It's what it's called. It is the drivable trains follow the track. It has to be in there, and it's just a process of basically drawing a line with all these little dots along the track so that the train knows where to go. And once we get to the end of this line, we will be doing the code stuff in the XML file to make it all work. So it's kind of crucial that your train spline is in the exact right spot, or you get floating trains. You get uh, trains that go off the rails. No, literally. So it's time consuming, but getting these nodes right centered down the track is a must. And up and down the hills, we're going up another hill here. Otherwise, your train will act all funky. Uh, I added a few nodes, but my spline disappeared. It's going down. I gotta pull it back up. So I went too far out ahead of myself. We'll do it this way. And back up. Moving that endpoint around the map. You're about to do design and art for my channel. All right, yeah. I had designer art for my channel at one point. I just got tired of having it there. Have a look the URL in my account banner. See you later. Alrighty. Have a good one there, Alabexon. I've got art that people have done in the past for me. I just hate. I wanted to keep the screen mostly open, is what I guess. I like to have a lot of information on the channel, but I also like to have it so you guys can see what I'm doing and not have a bunch of stuff. So I never can be satisfied. I want a minimal, a really good minimal uh, interface there in Twitch that has the basic stuff in it. doesn't take up too much real estate because I want to keep the viewport open. There's a lot of times I'm doing text editing and stuff, and it's just much easier to see and follow along if I keep the screen open up. And not covered with a bunch of stuff all the time. Got a little bit on the right side going down, but that's why I only have the little bottom bar. I didn't want to cover everything up there. Wow. Back to this one. Get them in place. Looking good. Whew. We'll get there. Oh, let's see. Let's put another one in. Sometimes my line disappears. For some reason, I gotta do like 2 dots at a time sometimes now. It wasn't like that in the beginning, but it might just be the crazy hills. That one looked good, but see how it disappears and then I gotta back up. Make sure it's just above the rail. Do a few more. Well, I'm pretty sure you guys got the picture of how a spline is done. Patience. Need some patience. That is for sure. And it's not one of my strongest attributes. That's for sure as well. I lack it. It's hard to believe it. That's why I guess I stick with these stupid projects because it's it takes a lot of patience to do them, but I can't stand sitting here with something not done. And I will stay up till all hours of the night finishing up stupid things because I'm impatient waiting for it to be done. Whereas I could be the other way and just quit, not do them because I'm too impatient and oh yeah, it'd be nice if there was an easier way. But, there's a lot of things that are just time consuming and not easy. But if it was real easy, there'd be a million maps out there. And I wouldn't win the mod contest. Oh, not that I'm going to win anyway, but it does, the time that goes into this stuff does limit the number of people that do it, that's for sure. I see that Grabby Latouche has been on my stream. Big Daddy was doing fishing today again. That fishing game, I will say, I played it when it first came out, and I haven't touched it since. He's stuck with it the whole darn time, and it actually looks like it's come a long way. It looks pretty decent. I will have to say that. I had him up on my thing right before the show, and it's definitely now you got the boats on the water. All that stuff wasn't there in the beginning. Fishing Planet, that one is. But Grabby's been playing No Man's Sky, which, by the way, I do have. I got it at a discount, but I played it a little, and that is pretty cool too. I just don't have time to play games when I'm map making. And if I do, it's just one of many. But I do like the fact that there's base building and stuff in No Man's Sky. I mean, that one, for the disaster it was, a lot of people are giving that another look now because they've done a lot to it. That's for sure. S Me, I am kind of like I said the other day, back in the 7 Days to Die realm because I haven't been there in over 2 years, and they've got new vehicles to drive around. No, it's not been 2 years, but it's been at least a year since I played that one. My last build was 14, and it's up to 17 now. I was in Alpha 14. Woohoo! We're coming up to the straightaway. I think we're on it. Yeah, we can. There is a setting, I think it's the down arrow. Like, let me check. If I come up here and hit no, page down maybe? Yeah, page down puts it to the ground height. But so if you could do it that way, but the ground height isn't always, I mean, I have it to the track height, and I would have to change the offset. So that's something to think about if you're doing it. You could do it to the ground height, but you're still going to run into many issues along the way because of bridges and stuff and all that crazy craziness that you don't think about. Bandit, how you doing, my friend? You working on any mods out there for the contest or skipping it all together? Anybody else got any entries that are out there in the audience that we should keep an eye out for? This will make it with trains, one way or another. Whoops. Oh yeah, do you win anything in the contest? uh, I could, yeah, I'll tell you. I'll show you. I'll bring that up on my other screen here. I need to rest my fingers here for a minute anyway. We'll go over the prizes for the mod contest. They're actually pretty cool. So, there's several categories. Uh, Prizes. Now, the mod contest itself, there's over 30,000 total prize pool. I don't know what the Logitech equipment's at, but it looks like we've got headphones. I don't know if I'll even need it all. So, uh, I do definitely want the graphics card. All right. That's your best mod. I am going into the best map category where first place gets Company Tour at Kuhn in Saverne, France. Well, I don't think they supply the transportation, so I don't necessarily think I'll be going to France. Although it would be kind of cool, but if I do win, uh, maybe we could give that away as a prize on our stream to somebody that wants to go to France and take the tour. I don't know. I have to find out the details. The Logitech G Streamer equipment set. It looks like you've got headset, keyboard, mouse, blah blah blah. The NVIDIA GeForce RTX 2080 graphics card, which is pretty sweet, and this DJI Osmo Pocket is a camera. It's about 300 and some odd dollar value. That's for first place. Uh, Second place, you get the RTX 2070 and the Pocket Cam. In third place, you get the 2060 and the Pocket Cam. And any one of those three graphics cards would be a huge improvement to my system. So I will take any of them. Interestingly enough, if you wanted to do, it's a Swiss Farm special award. I didn't do a Swiss Farm. I don't know a thing about future Swiss farming, but prizes 5,000, 3,000, and 2,000. But I don't think they gave people enough time to do that. The given area shall be recreated as accurate as possible. However, important gameplay elements such as unloading stations, selling stations should also be added to the map in places that are most suitable. Download the reference package of the award here. A jury from the Swiss Future Farm will select winners. What the heck is the so we should see I don't know. There's three prizes. I bet you there's not three entries in the Swiss Farm. And this one, Young Timers Special Award. Show us your best young or old timer and keep it as accurate as possible. Oh, so only machines and tools 1999 or before are allowed 3,000, 2,000, and 1,000 euros. there's lots of 5 prizes for the best mod. Quite a good selection there. I'm doing good, Bandit, but I'm only gonna be in for the possible for the map of and I would love to just take one of the three. Be great to have the best one, but my graphics card right now is the GTX 970, and there's no doubt that any of the other ones there on that list would be a nice improvement. Not to mention I get a pocket cam I don't have, so that would be kind of nice. It's, I guess, I don't know. Have you guys seen that OSP? I haven't even heard of it, but I looked it up. Guess it's along the lines of the GoPro type things or something. I don't know. I got a funky spline going here. I got a dot that needs to be fixed. That's what happens when you take a break. So decent prizes. Last year they were giving away, I think it was last year, or was it the year before? Or the one, not last year, but the 2017 contest, I think they gave away a 3D printer in one of those packages. I will say this, that anything that I can't use if I win will be given away on my stream when I receive it. Um, for instance, or I can even give away the stuff I replace it with. Although I might build a, if I get the graphics card, and I might build another tower here. But I do not need, for instance, the headset. I don't care how good it is. The one I'm wearing, I just picked up, is pretty darn good. One of them, I'll keep one and give away the other, but this is a $125 headset that I'm wearing. So I'm sure that one of them, I don't know what that one in that Logitech set is valued at, but it's probably decent. I just don't know if it's going to be as good as what I got. It's something. It's not bad prizes. I look at it this way. I was going to do the map eventually anyway. Like I said, I didn't even know when I started it if I could get it done in time. And we're going to make it. So it's all extra, you know? We're going to make it, and it's going to, hopefully it doesn't run into issues that I don't know about yet. Why is that one? We got road. Da, 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 da. Oh my gosh, I'm off the spline. I highlighted something wrong here. we're good there. We do have to move it around. This is tricky when you're invisible. We'll see what it looks like. We might have to make some adjustments, but this one's tricky. I might have to move those off the road. We're gonna just do the best we can till it comes out the other side. It should be flat. And keep it going. Now we gotta straighten it out. I got it. Well, part of it. I have one bin and now I need to see if I can split them. Awesome. Are we gonna get that in here for the mod contest? Then if I get it and you got it working and it's pretty easy for me to implement it, that would be so freaking sweet. I would have to give you one of part of my prize. That would be so awesome. It got he's over there working on something I could not do to the boats, and that is making the between the two of us, though we make a pretty good team. I had the idea, and he said he's got it. Now, if he can split the bins in two, making it so that the boat bins are openable and fillable rather than just, yeah, that is sweet. That would be so sweet. And here he does it in a freaking day. Less time than it takes me to do a spline. He had to remodel the boat and everything. I mean, cut the roof off, put the doors on. He did that yesterday. I don't know how he does it. Secret weapon, fill planes and all. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. That could be the secret weapon. I'll put you down as part of the team if we get that in here. That those are the things, man. A big surprise like that. Definitely could put it over. That'd be incredible. I mentioned it. That's why streaming is kind of fun when you're doing this stuff because you just never know who's out there that has talent. Or, I mean, JD Fan helped out a lot. I mean, with his tips and stuff the other day, we wouldn't have got all the. I'd still be dumping product in the map. There was no way at all, and I know it for a fact, that the map that we're doing right now was going to make it into the contest with all the stuff done without you guys, JD Fan in particular, being out there with his tips. So I owe you a debt of gratitude, my friends. I hate splines. I liked it earlier today, but I don't like this one. It's not behaving like the other one. And I'm getting messy. Kinda. It doesn't look like it's completely centered from. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna delete a few. Yeah, trying to get that corner looking better. This is gonna probably be the roughest looking area in the whole train ride right here. Let's see. Trying to make it straight, but I'm gonna grab this last one and. Alright, so we're too low. I think we're past the rough spot there. I think it's a little bit wavy down there, but we're going on a long straightaway anyway. We're getting a lot finished up now. I think we got one more turn set to come through. Right as we head back into the main. Yep. We gotta go down there and around there, and then it's back to start. Woohoo! You can't make one, but you can find the problems. Yeah? I hear you. The SS Fummins. That is pretty sweet. I'm telling you, if we just had a. I get ideas. I know how to do enough, but man, one thing we had in 2013 that got us kicked off and started in a very positive way was, oh my gosh, it was so long ago. I can't even remember. Josh was his real name. Forget what it is. I forget what his name was in the game, but he found my map and he started writing scripts, and we never had a 3D modeler or any. I've I've purchased some models for the maps in the past, but could you imagine if I actually had a team that Big Daddy does great work with editing the mods for us. He always has, although he's doing Fishing Planet now. I don't know what he's if he even has the game. I haven't talked to him in a long time, but I couldn't imagine if we had the ability to make everything come alive, that all the ideas that we talk about all the time, like, and somebody that could pull them off. And here we got the SS Fummins '03 doing, he's actually doing an incredible job there. And you know what? I'm not going to say anything, but, well, I am going to say something, but I'm not going to mention names or anything about the project. I can't even remember what it was, but I have had people in the past say, "Oh, I can do that for you." And then you realize that they couldn't, and it was just not acceptable work at all, or I could have done better myself if I wanted it that way. So, no offense, but when I go and I look yes last night at what Flumin03 did to the boat in such a short amount of time, I really did not think that he could have pulled off what I was actually trying to explain. So when I saw it, I was like, "Holy, he did." So yeah, kudos to you, man, because I've done that with people before. Say, "Oh, I could do that for you, no problem." So I give him, and then it comes back, and it's like, "Oh my gosh, no, you can't. You had no idea what you were doing." I give him all A for effort, but I never know until I see it. But that one was a surprise. I really was surprised to just see the doors the way, I mean, the modeling that he did. I didn't even put it in the game. I'm assuming he has a lot of it working. He said fill planes and everything. And judging by his work that I saw from last night, I know that if he says he's got fill planes, he's got it working. All right, we're almost around the home stretch. We gotta go one curve back the other way after we get around this one. I'm gonna start trying to stretch these out around the corner. See, I hate when it disappears like that, and I don't know why it's doing that. Probably got too many splines. That'll be the problem with this one. You used an excessive amount of nodes, and you have to cut back. It would not be the first time I've used too much of something on a map that I've made. The first time, I think it was in what was it? I don't know if it was 2015. I was putting street lights around the map. Oh, I'm going up. I got a floater again. That's why it's looking a little bit weird. We got floaters. Let's see if we can fix the floating. Where did I get floating? Here. Know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go back. Well, let's see. Oh, man. It was way back here. So what I'm going to do to fix that is come all the way back, lower them all down. It's funny how you can just drift off and not even notice it with the 3D view. And here I thought we were almost done. But we would have caught that in the game, that's for sure. After I do it, I gotta make sure left to right looks right still. But yeah, we were floating off the track. Yep, boo boo. And you see how when I pull these down, I gotta go back and readjust a little bit. Get them back down to the ground. Then come back to here. Yeah, I'm still on train spline number one, or number two. We're almost back to the station, but I had to back up a little bit there. It started to float and I didn't realize it. So, checking our heights. they are back on the ground to there. The question is, how does it look around the corner? Still looks pretty good. We'll call it pretty good. And with pretty good, I mean it's gonna do for now. Height is good there. We are, oh man, it's still so far away. Why does it have to be so far away? Height check. Yep, they're still good with that. Yeah, it does auto height to the ground level, not to the track level. And I'm doing it to the top of the track. So I, because that's the way it was set up in the last map. So I can't do that. Page down goes boop, too far down underneath. Now I gotta go back and fix that one that went down. That actually puts it to the ground level and the tracks are raised up. It would have worked if my offset was changed, but you know, the track doesn't always follow the ground either, so the ground isn't perfect. I'd rather go across the top of the track. No, it puts it right to the ground, is what I've noticed. Unless, let's see, if I put the spline dot on a rung, will it? Then I gotta move around so the dot is, uh, we're getting crooked. Page down. Alright, it does put it on a collision object. But man, now you gotta make sure you are correct. Now you gotta make sure though that you stop on a piece of the rail. And I didn't. See, it's more of a pain in the butt that way. Every dot has to be on a piece of the rail. Like here. No, see, I was right over it and it went right down below. So I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it. It did not do it right. I'll just keep doing it. What I was doing. We're almost done anyway. It's so good. It did sit on the highest in that one spot, but then for some reason I tried to do it again and it did not. So, whoops. So I don't know what's going on with that silly button, but I do know that we only have that turn to go and then around there. And once I get, oh, look at that. We're getting closer. What kind of headset costs $125 and shuts off every 20 minutes if there's nothing in, no sound? I'm gonna have to play music in the background that only I can hear just to keep it from doing that or something. I've restarted my headset, just pushing a button on the headset, but I don't know if you guys can hear it when it shuts off, but I've had it shut off like 5 times during the broadcast already. Voice activation on the headset? I don't know. I'll have to look it up because it has some pretty cool features for streaming. That's why I got it. But it is it isn't the voice. It turns off when there's no sound coming through the headset speakers, even though I'm talking into it, which is what's kind of weird. So when it, because it's wireless, yes, which is nice, and it's got great battery life, which is nice. I'm not getting tangled around my cord anymore. I kept getting my headphone cord wrapped around my legs of my chair all the time. But if there's no headset activity in the headphone part for it just goes into automatic shut off to save battery, even though the mic still works and it doesn't have any detection that I'm using the mic. I guess that's all it needed was to let you know that it's okay if you're still using the mic. Whoops, let's delete that one because I wasn't on the last spot. We will get it done here. What time? 11:33. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it took a lot longer than I expected. I thought I'd be doing the boat spline tonight too, but no. We're going with one. You get what you get. We'll finish this and we'll get train number one running, or train number two. Tomorrow and Wednesday, well, I should have the boat number two running by tomorrow, but you won't see it until Wednesday when I come back and stream. We're going downhill. That's why it's a little. Oh yeah, I forgot we got one more hill to go down. That's why it's getting a little bit funky looking. You know what? I just realized something. I'm having issues. I'm saving. I haven't saved this whole spline. I'm saving right now before something happens and I crash because that would really, really stink. I did not have any problems with my barges in PV17. I mean PV Industries, sorry. I didn't, but people have, I guess. Um, I haven't actually played the map since the update. So I don't know what the actual problems that they were having, but the game would not save anymore. But with a new save game, it didn't have any issues when I brought it up. Old save games got foobarred from the update. Now, I'm highlighting that and trying to move it, and it's not doing anything. And I don't know why. Did I reach a maximum spline limit? There it goes. It's just was it's super delayed here, folks. Something's going on with my editor. I'm gonna delete a few off of here. Yeah, something just went crazy. I'm not, I'm gonna have to reboot the editor. All of a sudden, it's not moving. It's highlighting, but something went wacky. See how long it took? I'm gonna reboot this. I already saved it. No, it wasn't still saving. It might be something else. Well, it better be there when I get back in. Maps. Let's open it back up and see if it clears up. I could also get rid of the other spline now. I don't need that there, technically. I have a lot of dots on this one, but that shouldn't do it. And so we'll see what happens. As we wait. I love it when it does this. Um, I need something that's down below this node, please. There it is. All right, let's see if we can fix this. There, it's back. Don't know what the heck that was about. But whatever it was, I'm doing much better now. Let me get them back to the ground. I didn't realize that it was going downhill or it was floating. So we got to do the adjustments. And this is where inserting extra dots can help you follow the ground a little bit better. Need to have one in between there, up there. All right. Make sure left to right looks good. Not exactly. Okay. Go back and we're on the home stretch. Won't be another less than an hour. Just on the last big hill and then it's around the corner. So hang in there, folks. We'll tie this all together in train fashion very soon. We'll have our train running. This one might be a little more rickety than the last one. We've had more issues on this one. The other one went really smooth. This one, I think I'm a little bit too far. This way, coming down. Well, we'll find out. I don't want it to. We'll have a shaky train. Oh, don't grab the red dot, grab the blue one. Oh, great. That might have been what I did last time. Might have got on the red dots because it gave me the lag. It lets you choose front or back. All right. That's cool. Way cool. If there's only going to be two instead of three, they should probably be like 500,000 capacity each on them. That would be what I think I would set it for. While you're at it. That is so awesome. Let's see. Who do we got there? DB Cooper 1971. Thank you for the follow. I've been working on the railroad literally since I got up today. No, not uh, this one here since 7 o'clock. So 8, 9, 7, 10, 8, 9. Yeah, 3.5 hours of railroading on this one alone. And we've got almost, oh, we got floating. We've got some floating going on. That we fixing that too as we're going around. Don't need our railroad floating in the air. That side looks good. Almost down the hill. Then it's straight on the whole way home. This is a big drop though. And for some reason my line keeps disappearing, so I gotta go back a few. Readjust them. move forward. When we get the E to the S, we're done. End has to meet up with the start point. Well, we're done with the spline, that is. We got to put the train on it still. Can we get a longer run? It's pretty straight down the hill. It's like a whole... Da 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 da. We're coming into the final stretch, which is around a corner here. So, gonna have to look at it from this angle too. So tricky to see. Oh yeah. Okay. We're not centered. See, I don't know why I gotta place 3 dots when it disappears. It wasn't doing that. I think I've overdone number of nodes. I don't think there's a maximum. I just think it's a calculation problem or something going on. There's just one there. third one, pops it right back up. I see a pattern going on. I can do 3. I can do 1 and then it will blank out for 3. Oh, am I floating again? Oh yeah, am I floating? I was still going downhill. God darn it. I'm ready to scream. Oh, red line. That's the problem. If I move a red dot, it has big issues. Let's undo that one. We gotta move blue ones. Lower that one. And the next one, and then come back. I was taken off in the air again. You'll get a rickety train ride if you're going up and down. I have a feeling I might have to do some adjustments on this one in certain places when we get in there. Whoops, I clicked off the blue dots again. You can load 2 different. Where is the sail point? Where is there a sail point? Harbor Station? Which map? Yeah, there's sail points all up and down the river on that one. If you're on the Industries map, I can't remember what they're named. Oh, harbor. Oh, there's nothing. The boat does not go to the harbor. You might replace the one boat that doesn't actually go to anything if you're on that one. There, it's not set up yet because there was one that was the fishing spline. Uh, any other port on the other 2 boats other than Harbor Station is accessible. Vote. The one that goes around the island by itself is a fishing boat and doesn't actually hit any ports. I gotta come all the way back up here and undo all the damage that I'm doing. Oh man, it's got like a wave in it right here that's crazy. You gotta start lowering these down. See if you have something out in front of you that's really high, that's what causes the waves. Train 4. Yeah, I can't remember which number is which on that, but if it goes up and down the main river, then you're okay. Any of the ports on the main river. There's uh one boat that only goes around the island. Doesn't come out of the island area. So that's the one you cannot use. Any of the others are fair game if you want to do a loading and unloading. All right. I'll have to check height as I go along here because for some reason we get floating every now and then. Oh boy. What do we got left? One turn? one turn coming up. Might have to go back and fix a couple nodes if it looks really bad anywhere. Shaky. Height's still good. Hmm. Everybody's still there? Surf's up. No, it goes around the island. Yeah. The one that goes around the island doesn't hit anything. It's made for fish that aren't there yet. So, it's the same boat though. You should be able to drop it in on one of the other splines relatively easy, I would think. Knowing you, with all the work you've already done, changing the spline, I mean, the boat, that should be the easy part. It's just edit in one XML file. Actually, if you change the boat, it should work for all of them. You preloaded it, didn't you? You preloaded the wrong boat. That's what he probably did. In the, that's what I'm guessing. He put product probably in the save game file to test it and put it in the wrong one. 'Cause I've done that myself. You doing the loader in the truck? Oh boy, that's even worse. Well, we're almost there, folks. We're on the last straightaway coming up pretty soon. It's been a long spline night, but it has to get done. And now you realize some people don't like to do trains in their maps, and it makes complete sense because it's a job in of itself, and getting it perfect, we're not guaranteeing the first time. All we're guaranteeing is that we'll have a train in here. Is that it? Is that it? Maybe. Let's drop a few more. Center that one up. Let's run her home. Yeah. All right. So we had a question earlier. Is my other spline open or closed because it's working? So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to click here. If I drag the line, oh, okay, it is stitched. Let's see. Open. I don't know. It appears to be the S is not moving. Well, we're going to find out. It's open because if I I can move the S independently, and that's what yeah, I have it open. So what I want to do first is I want to bring my start point down here on both of them. So I'm going to, oh wait, can I do that? No, I can, here, let's undo that. Only because I'd have to move nodes. It looks like it's stitched. Nope. What do we got going on? I might have messed that up. Well, I know one thing. We don't have to save train system 1 because it was working, so I'm getting rid of it. We're going to finish up train 2. We're going to test it with it. Our spline. Da 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 da. Here, I'm going to back up a little. Insert a new. I'm trying to get it so that it actually finishes right. Yeah, right there. All right. I'm gonna save this. So you basically put the line dots on top. I'm not gonna close it on this one. We're gonna see what happens. If it doesn't work when we get our train on there, we'll close it. So file, export selection with files, TRAIN2, save, yes, no. All right. Oh, one of the things you want to do when you do that though is go in there and before you save, turn the visibility off so you don't see it. File. Let's do it again. Oops. All right, should be fine. Hey, Mr. JWB5. Okay, so that is done. Second thing we're going to do is that is saved in my trains folder. We have a train 1 XML. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to make, because that's the first train. We don't have a lot of stuff in there. I'm going to make a train 2 XML file. So we have a separate XML file for the train, which we could take a look at. Uh, Same, we're going to go with the same, and I have the railroad crossings turned off. So we got the same setup of wagons in this XML file. There is nothing else specific right now because so we can use a now the spline Y offset if your train is floating all the time. That's where you can change raise or lower your train up on the track after you get all done. But because it was working and I did the last one the same way, that should be perfect. Next, we have our map DE items XML. You'll notice I have a train 1 and a train 5. I'm going to put in train 2, which points to my train 2 XML. We need to have that in our items XML file. The other things you need to know would be in your mod description file. You need to have all of the carts, which they already are, as store items for the train in your store items section, or it will not work. I already have them there, so if this works with a closed open spline, we shouldn't have an error. And we can take train ride number 2. Let's see what happens. Interestingly enough, the sound was working there. Okay. New farmer. Let's check our error log, because if I make errors, which I usually do every time, we'll know about it. So far so good, but trains come later. Well, we didn't have any errors, which is great news. So there's our boat. There's, oh, I, why do I have it, two of them? Oh, Why do I have two of them on the same line? I did something wrong. Um, we have to change my spline. Did I save? Overwrote? I don't know what I did. I gotta go back in and do my saves. Uh, Please tell me I just didn't lose my first spline. Train spline. Don't tell me I overrode the first one by accident. That's train system 2. File. Export selection. Train 2. Alright, let's go. I'm gonna load back in train 1 real quick. Oh, I gotta turn off the spline for train. Please. Don't tell me. Did I get them? Alright. There's 1. There's 2. Train system 1. Oh wait, I want to do that again. It's late. Train 1. Okay. Turn off spline 2. File. Train 2. Train 1, train 2 are saved and off. That should be fine. Let's save the map without them in there. That could be part of the problem. Number 2, let's go back and check my XML files. Train2.xml is loading train 1. That's what it was right there. I gotta load the right i3D file for the spline. That would make sense. So change that right there. It's late, you know? Train 2 i3D because we saved them separately. I'm gonna do a 24-hour stream without even knowing it. Uh, Once the map saves without any trains in it because we export them, we should have 2 of them on different rails this time. Now, I did leave the spline open, and it did not cause errors. So, go figure that out. I don't know. I close it, and I would crash before. But I got accomplished what I wanted to get done here if it works for today. So we got to do one boat, and then we can work on the railroad crossings. And if any other time permits, we'll get some more stuff in the map. So far, so good. And who knows? Fulmans might have a better boat. That would be so cool. We got the Lua call stack. Update train spline position. Um, okay, so maybe I have to close number 2 now that it's loading. So that is the error. Maybe it was closed. So unfortunately, that Lua error kind of locks me up from. So maybe that is it. Maybe I did close it and I didn't know it. So we got to load that back in. Train 2. Open it up. View my spline. My start and end points are right on top of each other. We should be able to do a shift O and it's stitched. Now we'll save it again and see if that's what it is. We don't have to save the map, but we have to. We do have a better boat. That's pretty awesome. I want to put it in. We'll save that. That'd be so sweet on this one. All right, no problem. You know how to send it. You could send a link through Twitch if you get it done, and I got it. We'll get that. I mean, it's just dropping the files in, and having a better boat. That's pretty awesome. We got yeah, cool stuff. I didn't check my error log. Is it still there? No. There we go. They start off at the same. So we're in train 2 right now. Kind of cool. Train 1 got a pretty good head start with the speed. And we're going to check out our rail. Basically, the wheel height is a little bit, tiny bit. It's good enough. I want to see how rickety we get in certain areas. The other ride was pretty smooth. This one, however, has a lot more ups and downs. So far, it's when we get to the other end, if there's any issues, that it starts getting crazy. But I'm pretty pleased with it right now. No floating. Here, we'll keep a side view too, just to make sure we're not floating up off the track too much. It is a little bit low. It's pretty darn close though. Some quick ups and downs, so they're gonna be a little bit crazy. I can live with that. I think so far so good. It's probably one of the better jobs I've done. It's down here that it got a little bit messy. A little bit of a wobble there, but not too bad. The engine's going pretty smooth. So I could increase the offset on this one just a little bit higher, because it is a little bit low on the wheels. I'll have to check the other one and see if it's that low too. But all in all, other than it being low, it's almost dead on, and it looks pretty darn smooth. You could see what I mean by being low. Well, it's not even low by that much, so we'd have to raise it up. It's just clipping in a little bit. But yeah, that was a pretty good train ride. Always good when things come together. So yeah, stitch your splines. And then we go, let me jump on the other one and see if that one's low as well. It is just a tiny bit low on the wheels there. So that is where you would increase your offset. You want your Y to go up. See how it's taking a little chunk into the rail? I'm going to do that, see if we can fix that. I don't know how high to bring it, but I'm going to try to do a 0.2 adjustment on those and see what it does. Da 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 da. So that's just simply our train to XML. I'm going to go from 1.155 to 1.15. Well, we'll go to 0.159 and see what happens. And we do that same thing for our train 1 XML file. Actually, and then we'll run it one more time. I could have done them both different and then chose the better of the two, but it might be too high in the air. I might not have gone up high enough. It's hard for me to tell when I'm not in there. One quick look will let us know if we got to go higher or bring it back down a notch. Yippee! Trains and possibly a new boat coming soon. Which would really that I might have to I might get too excited by that boat thing though. All right. So we're looking at my wheels. Still a little bit low it looks like. I mean, how technical do you want to get? They're on the rails. It could go up probably another point 0.2, but that's about all it needs. Gonna have to do some work on the ports. All right. I'll, port adjustments are fine. So yeah, just a little bit low on my rails still. So it's tiny increments going up, but very good, very cool. I will mess around with that a little bit later because I am super tired and super happy that we've got our two trains running on the map and everything's looking good. We got one more boat to put in. and hopefully new boats. That'd be sweet. So basically what he did was he took the boat. We It's tricky because this boat here can go into the ports, the grain barge, and load up right over here. Now, the interesting thing about that too is on this map is I'm probably going to want to get some silo spigots now uh, on here where at the ports. Put some silos so when you're loading it shows you the fill effect, because what he did was he took the tops of this boat and made it so that they open up and it actually fills with fill planes in the two bins. Instead of three, two big 500,000 is what we'll have the quantity set for. But the interesting thing is we're not actually originally filling this. Uh, this is filling invisible carts. We had a little bit of, oh, I should paint the bottom of that river different color than grass. I didn't even notice it was grass under there. But yeah, it would be so you hit the N key and open up the doors and then fill it up and you see the grain planes and close the door. Oh man, that's gonna be so sweet if it really works. I can't wait to see it. That'll get some people's attention. That's for sure. That might be the game changer, but yeah, looking forward to seeing that. But thanks everybody for hanging in there with me as I did this crazy train and boat spline stuff. And I'll see you all back here on Wednesday. We will put together whatever we can. If we have the new boats in there, we'll give you a look at those. And then we'll finish it up to go to wherever it has to go. Railroad crossings might come in. I'm gonna try to finish this up a little bit better. I want to get the railroad crossings in. I'll save you one so you know how to do it. But we're on the road with our trains, and I'm pretty darn pleased that we have train access. Woohoo! All the way around the crazy rail. So thanks everybody. It works. They just unloaded it. Pretty sweet. That is cool. And because he's working on that boat in the industries map, it's pretty much one of the cool things about the two maps, keeping them similar in features and locations, file locations and stuff, is I can pop that sucker right into here and make any necessary adjustments and it'll probably work. You have a shader error you need to figure out? Alright, figure out that shader error, that would be cool if you can figure it out. But I'm pretty sweet, pretty sweet. Trains are done. And we just need some railroad signals. And then we can go back to seeing if we can get like the more decorative stuff in the map. But we've got a couple days, so hopefully all will be there. I am out of here. You all have a great evening, and I will talk to you, Fumans, and everybody else real soon. You'll be on the map before you know it. You all have a great night.